receive that as a gift. And Father, we thank you for our town. We thank you for governing bodies that you have placed in positions of authority and council. Lord, we pray for them. We pray for our mayor and our council people, and for all those who hold official positions. And God, we pray that you bless their lives. We pray that you give them wisdom and direction, discernment, and character, and all that it takes to lead well. And Father, we pray for the citizenry of this community. We ask for your hand of blessing and protection and healing and help and provision and all that we need, Father. We thank you that you love us and that you're for us. We just pray that you'll help us to honor you by the way we live together. We pray in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Amen.
Please remain standing for the pledge. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we do the roll call, I did want to recognize we have a few members of our American Legion and some veterans with us today. So if you guys wouldn't mind standing, I'd love to give them a round of applause. Thank you guys for your service. We appreciate you guys. With that, Madam Clerk, would you please take the roll?
Mrs. Roth? Here. Mr. Peel?
Here.
Mr. Young?
Here.
Mrs. North? Here. Mr. Van Houten?
Here.
Thank you. Mayor, we have a quorum present. And for the audience, Mr. Van Houten is joining us via telephone.
All right, next item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Per the city's attorney's request, we did get the request to remove consent items number 10 and number 11. So we will remove those. Are there any other revisions requested by staff or governing body? If not, I move to approve the agenda as revised.
I move to approve the agenda as revised.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0-0.
Who?
Next item on the agenda is we have a proclamation. We're going to have to proclaim tomorrow as Arbor Day. So I, Joe Berkey, Mayor of City of Spring Hill, Kansas, do hereby proclaim April 29, 2022 to be Arbor Day in the City of Spring Hill, Kansas. In witness hereof, I have hereto set my hand and caused the seal of the Spring Hill City of Spring Hill, Kansas to be affixed on this 28th day of April 2022. And in that tomorrow, we do have the Parks Advisory Board will be planting 2 peach trees out here back of City Hall in celebration of Arbor Day. So if anyone would like to join in on that, that'd be great.
You know the time on that?
Glenda, do you remember the time? 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock?
3 p.m., yes. Next, we'll move on to a presentation of the Veterans Lake Memorial by Viro. And Mr. Larry Reynolds, I believe, will be doing the presentation.
Yeah, I'd like to introduce Larry
Sure.
Reynolds, Vireo?
There you go.
And he's gonna come and do a briefing of the plans for the Veterans Memorial, and what they've come up with so far,
And what will be bid on?
and what would be bid out on the contract.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Where is the presentation?
Actually,
Clicker? Great. So Oh, thank you very much.
It's still lighting up.
Good evening. As Jackie said, my name is Larry Reynolds. I'm a landscape architect with Vireo, who are a design planning firm hired to design Veterans Park. Jackie asked me to come tonight and kind of give a presentation on a little bit of the background of the project, where we're at today, and kind of what some of the next steps are. So just to give some context to the site for anybody that might not be familiar, is there a pointer on here? Well, anyway, you can see to the left of your screen, 199th Street, US 169 to the top of the screen there, and you see the lake, obviously, and it's that white box area is Veterans Park, kind of towards the bottom. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. There should be.
It may not- oh,
Oh, I guess if you wanted to, I probably shouldn't touch that.
that's okay. Thank you.
Zoom in.
At least the folks in the audience will be able to see. This slide kind of shows the original master plan that was put together for the project. And with what we had to work with at the time, what we were able to complete was the dog park, a lot of the infrastructure for the park, the parking lot, the utilities, restroom, playground. Unfortunately, the first phase didn't include the memorial space, but that came and gave us some time to visit with veterans and come up with a concept and plan. So we did that. The other piece of it is the fishing jetties that were included as part of the future phase. This just shows kind of some existing photos of the site. Looking around, and the bottom picture kind of shows that view of where this memorial space will be. It's out in front of there, looking out onto the lake, where the trail sort of bends in. And there's a little bit closer view, so it's right in this location, just in front of where I'm taking this picture. The overall concept plan then, we met with a number of members from the Legion, some donors as well, to kind of put this together. One of the major donors, one thing that was important to him was a lot of art be put in here. So you'll see a lot of art pieces throughout here. And then, so I'll just kind of go through and show you what some of those pieces are. Again, this is kind of a bird's eye view of the site overall, with the memorial space up front and a large pavilion picnic shelter behind it. These marble tablets would have names of service members throughout there, and that's one thing that has not, to my knowledge, been determined yet. How do you determine whose name goes on there, and how far do you expand it, and how much room do you need for those names? So that's something that still needs to be determined. And so these kind of sit in little niche areas where somebody could sit on a bench and reflect on their family member or loved one, whatever. And then kind of towards the center of the space is an area that has a quote by General Douglas MacArthur in it, and this would be inlaid in the concrete itself. So flanking that, we have battle crosses that were there with the creed from each service branch behind it. So that kind of gives you the overall master plan concept, and what was made it into this initial phase for this space is pictured here. So with the money the budget that we have, this is what we feel we're able to do, which is the open space concrete work, raised planter beds on the sides flanking the larger stone-faced planting beds with the bronze seal for each service branch placed on the front of it. And then in what's not shown on here, but would be in the concrete, is that quote. in the center. So I'll just kind of flip back and you can kind of see what the difference is between those two. So these are some of the materials that are planned to be on the site. The black granite tablet slabs, smooth-faced modular walls, kind of an ashlar pattern, concrete pavers on the ground plane as well as concrete, and then the taller raised planters would be a natural stone veneered facade with the bronze seal in there as well. This is kind of as a plan view of the space with phase one that we have designed right now. So if we can kind of show, so that is that central space is all the gray is concrete with that quote right in the center. Flanking that on either side is some grass areas, and then right around these little niche areas where the memorials would be is all that pavers. Behind that are the planter beds, low one down here, and then the high one up here with the bronze seal flanking that up front. As you enter from the parking lot over, there would be a sign for the memorials, the Veterans Memorial here with 3 flags behind it, all lighted. And then there are walk connections that would go up to this existing trail. Currently in the plan set, we have those as alternates. Playground is over off to your left, and again, parking lot right back over here. That future pavilion, then you can see where it sits kind of behind the memorial space. So as I said, we have prepared a set of construction drawings we finished last fall, and that also included the fishing jetties in that package as well. To date, our contract, what we've done, what we have remaining, we've been through the design phases. The next steps really are the bidding phase and the construction administration phase. And really, that's a brief, quick synopsis of the project. Are there any questions that anybody has?
So in this phase, in those flower beds, are those being built to where those can, I notice in the future phase it shows water. Are those being built to where that can be turned into where it's water, or will there have to be something different done other than?
Yeah, no, it most likely would always be a planting
Okay,
bed.
that's what I was.
There wasn't a strong desire for that to be a fountain out there.
Okay.
There was a couple that were interested, but if it's something that needs to be revisited now, would be a good time to think about that.
Okay.
Will the artwork that was in the fountain on that first drawing, would that be able to be implemented into the garden?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd love for it to be.
On the art pieces, I know it's not this first phase, and you may not have an answer for this yet, but were you thinking like doing commissioned pieces from a specific artist, or pieces like kind of going through a choosing process of picking certain pieces?
It could go any direction with
Okay.
that, really. We selected some off-the-shelf pieces that were readily available. But yeah, certainly they could be commissioned pieces. And those pieces you'll see throughout are those 4. There's an eagle, obviously those tall granite slab tablet, the battle cross, and then the benches have sort of a graphic to them as well, commemorating graphic. But by all means, that could be opened up to local artists.
Any other questions or discussions?
So in the first phase, is it gonna be grass in between the quote and the pavers? Is that what that is?
Let me
Because on this
do-
picture it's not, but then on the other one it is.
There we go. So, let's see if I can hone in here. You can kind of see right in there, that is the only grass space right in here. There and there. So all of this is lawn, grass space all around in here, all the green. So between the pavers and this central concrete area is a piece of grass.
Okay, so that's not on the construct, that's why I was looking at the construction drawing and that's all the grass kind of confused me. So there will be grass there, okay.
Yes.
And those 2 sidewalks going to the existing trail, you said those are included in that, or those are an option?
They're included in the drawing set. They're in there as as an alternate.
Okay.
Just kind of feeling where we're at with budget, we felt that, we wanted to keep as much in the memorial space as we could.
Right.
But I think that's a good connection if we're able to do that. Great. Well, thank you very much.
Yes.
If nobody else has
Thank you,
any
sir.
questions?
Mayor, before the meeting, they may have asked that if any of the American Legion members had any questions about the memorial or comments.
Yeah, and we're getting ready to move into citizen participation anyway, so yeah, if any of them would like to ask questions or comment about it, feel free.
I have a question.
Sure.
Would you please come?
Yeah, would you mind stepping up here so we can hear you?
Back there.
We keep a record and for the.
And there's people watching online, so they may want to hear your question too.
Okay. Okay, so in.
Yeah.
I looked at the different options that you had, which is the one that you're like actually going with right now? The one before that?
So right
Okay,
here.
okay, so we look at that one and we have 2 slabs for names. And that's it?
To start with. There's another space right in front for 2 more, and they have names front and back.
Okay, and then, will any of this be coordinated with the American Legion?
I would expect so.
Okay, since, you'll probably need names of,
Absolutely, and that's another thing, like I pointed out earlier, is trying to determine, who is eligible to be placed on there. And, we had sort of begun some of those discussions, but I don't know that anything was finalized. And
okay. I'm leaning
Because-
towards Spring Hill veterans, so past and, up to now and then ongoing as the military become veterans, the active duty become veterans, then I would like to think there would be a place for them.
Yeah.
So somebody will be able to maintain that, but 2 to start with?
2 to start with.
Okay. Did I have any other questions back there?
Do you know how many names can fit on there right now, or how does that usually work?
I will have to go back and visit that, but I think there's, depending on the size of the font, there's about I want to say around 600 each side.
So 1,200 per,
Yeah.
And is that name only
think-
or name and
Could be
brand?
wrong on that.
yeah.
It's been a while.
We could determine.
Okay, so we would know how many we have to work with?
Right.
Yeah, right now it's just kind of the design phase and stuff.
Yeah, so we would go through
Trying to
and figure all that
understand
out.
better how many we need
Okay,
is all plays
okay,
into that.
okay,
as
so we
well.
probably need to
Yeah.
work on that.
Like I think the Parks Board would be a great place to try and figure out a lot of the details you're asking about as far as what the process is for getting a name placed on there,
Yes,
what the criteria are, how many can fit based on what we're able to put up there with this first phase, how quickly that those blank spaces fill up, and how quickly we might need to add additional pieces to add more names.
Yes.
All those kinds of details I think would be a great task for
Yeah.
the park board.
And even the cemetery board with deciding,
sure.
I'm sure they know which ones are veterans and all that stuff too, so,
Okay.
yeah.
Keith?
My name's Keith Masterson, and I'm the temporary commander of Spring Hill Post 350.
Well, thank you for coming.
Okay. I'm also a combat veteran. They're not gonna be bricks, is that correct? that you have names
Donor
on.
bricks with names on them.
I look at this thing as a monument itself, putting names up there. I disagree with that. This isn't Vietnam, the Black Monument. I'd rather see the bricks on the ground, because you can add more to that. We need to add everybody that we have, Spring Hill, in this general area. If you get something like that, you're contained with only a certain number. We have to look at this thing. This is the first time I've seen this and been to one of your meetings. I feel that I've been out of circuit, this as what's going on. But it's got good potential, but I don't think the Black Monument is your project.
Okay.
Because you can only add so many names, you can't remove them, and once they're there, correct? It's kind of a waste to me, because we need every veteran there is to put on there, dead or alive, and future. And it's kind of like the high school, they have the names up there, put them in here. That's what I think, and we'd like to have more input ourselves, instead of coming here as blank and seeing it for the first time, because we would like to donate too, but since it's been going on so long, we feel that we lost out, and we've had money coming in, that the project started, that we're having complaints, we're keeping their money. That's another thing, because we have the people in town that give us something, but they're not seeing results. And I hope this administration will be able to go further along to be able to produce something, because I think this has been going on for 10 years or close.
It's been a while.
Pardon me?
It's longer.
But whatever it is, we've already got the ones that's died already that wanted it. And one of them's my dad. So, and I'm getting close too to being moved on. I'll pass it on, because I'd like to see more of this that you have, instead of just coming tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So what we can do on this, and I've seen this in other areas, is we could pour the concrete in blocks that are removable. And then we'll just remove that area, and the bricks could go in there in the next area, and I've seen that several times. So it's fairly easy to change without redrawing all the plans and all. So
Yeah, it sounds to me his recommendations would be something we could implement into what's currently there. It wouldn't have to be like a whole new thing.
Yeah, it's not an overhaul.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so it sounds like he's got
But
good
even-
ideas.
Even at it, we can, like I said, we can just have
Yeah,
areas that are ready to pick up all the cement areas and ready to get it out of there. And put in brick and all. It's had to evolve because of cost. And, just doing the initial, the city didn't have enough money at the beginning, so this is what we keep thinking that, and it will just continue to evolve, and get better use and, better things out there. But I think we can accommodate those bricks very easily. So.
Hi, I'm Kim Thompson, and I belong to the civic organization of Rotary. And I know that initially when this idea was coming about, before ground started breaking, we went to a lot of the civic groups were involved. I know for a fact that the Rotary Club has given a significant donation for our small club for future progress of the Veterans Park, all in the name of the Veterans Park. So my question is, you mentioned that taking bids and implementing, do we have a time frame? For one, that's a question for you, of expected movement here. And I know everything got stopped down for all the reasons that it did. Another thing that I wanted to comment on was, it seems like that raising money for bricks would be a whole lot simpler than raising money for marble monuments, just because I know that I have 4 or 5 veterans in my family that I would certainly be willing to buy a brick for. So just thoughts.
Yeah, I love the idea of
Yeah, me
it.
too.
I think
I
that's a
like
great idea, and like you say, families could purchase them for the veterans and their families, and kind of, you know, in remembrance of them and recognize them versus purchasing it for 600 people.
And that's what the paver areas really were intended to be part of, so it's sort of a combination of those two things. But it sounds like we need to have some more discussions about it
We need to get going on this.
I agree.
You know, that's one of the problems that we've had all these years. We just beat a dead horse even more. So what we'll do is we'll go back and we will it's a simple design where that concrete area can be areas that can be taken out and bricks put in there. And then we'll come right back with you on that and then get the bidding, get it out for bid.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, let's get moving on it pretty quick.
yep.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, and by the way, Verio just did what they were told.
Right.
Yeah, no,
They just
nothing
followed
against
their-
it.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Yeah, this is nothing.
No, I'm honored to be able to be a part of this, and really thank you, and I think the input from the Legion as well.
Yes, absolutely.
Thanks, Larry.
Next, we'll move on to citizen participation. We didn't have anybody sign up for that, but if there's anybody else in the audience that would like to step up and say your name and address and talk about anything, if not, we'll move on to the next item. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you guys coming.
Thank you.
Sounds good. All right, if there's no one in citizen participation, we'll go ahead and close that portion and move on to the consent agenda. We did have those item 10 and 11 removed per request, and I entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda
I move to approve the consent agenda
as revised, I guess we
as
should say.
revised.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0-0. Next, we'll move on to the formal council action. The first item we have on the agenda is the consider approval of the appropriation order number 2022-04-28. We all have that appropriation order. If there's not any questions on it, I would go ahead and entertain a motion to approve that. But if there's any questions or discussion on it, then I'm sure Ms. Armstrong would love to answer them.
Looks pretty straightforward unless there's any highlights you want to go over. I think I'm good.
I don't have any questions.
If not, I entertain a motion to approve that appropriation order.
Is this gonna be a roll call?
No.
I'll
Oh,
move-
it is. Yes, it is. Sorry. Yes.
I'll move to approve appropriation order number 2022-04-14.
Second.
Oh, 28, sorry. The note here says 14.
Yeah.
Say the whole thing again.
Who seconded?
I second.
Mrs. North, thank you.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, will you please take the roll?
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Mrs. North?
Yes.
Mr. Van Houten?
Yes.
Mrs. Roth?
Sorry, I'm verifying. I'm, yes, with the exception of any invoices relating or pertaining to J&T Auto Service.
Mr. Peel?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries 5-0-0. Next item on the agenda is the consider the resolution number 2022-R-06, authorizing the execution of certain documents in connection with the city series 2017 RRBs and new HUD insured loan for Phase 1 Black Hawk Apartments, and Mr. Tyler Ellsworth.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tyler Ellsworth with the Kutek Rock Law Firm, the city's bond counsel. And I should note that the developer for the Black Hawk Apartments, Grant Merritt, is here if we have any questions for him this evening. But this is more of a housekeeping item than anything. The city issued these industrial revenue bonds in 2017 for property tax abatement and a sales tax exemption on phase 1 of the Black Hawk Apartments. The IRBs do not provide true financing for that phase 1. True financing is actually provided in the form of a HUD-insured loan. And Grant is in the process of refinancing that HUD-insured loan because HUD and the HUD lender required that the IRB docs contain certain references to the HUD loan, and those references are changing. We have to come before you to request consideration of a resolution that authorizes certain updates to those documents. That's really all we're doing. There's no substantive changes. It's really changing those references. But I'm happy to answer any additional questions if there are any.
Okay, so financially, it's not affecting us one way or another.
Correct, not at all.
Many other questions?
Similar to what we've done in the past.
Yep, pretty straightforward. If not, I entertain a motion to approve the resolution.
I move to approve resolution number 2022-R-06, authorize the execution and delivery of certain documents in connection with the industrial revenue bonds, taxable under federal law, Series 2017 Black Hawk Apartments Phase 1 of the City of Spring Hill, Kansas.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you.
Next item is the consider approval of change order 1 for 199th Street and Webster Pump Station with Lina Weaver Construction Company. And Mr. Dan Miller, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I come before you this evening to consider approval of change order number 1 for the 199th and Webster Pump Station. As you mentioned, the project's with Lina Weaver Construction. There are 2 items in the change order. Originally, we have a pump station almost integral to the Quick Trip right next to the parking lot. The force main goes from that pump station out to Webster, south on Webster, crosses the street at the top of the hill south of the, I believe, Maple Ridge subdivision. We were going to make use of an existing air release valve on the Maple Ridge pump station force main, which we're tying to. Unfortunately, utilities, and once we dug all that up, underground conditions made it impossible to use that air valve. We have to now use a separate air valve at the high point of the new force main. So that's part of the change order. And then also the fencing was designed to tie into and coordinate with Quick Trip, but there was some confusion between the 2 construction documents as to exactly all the fencing that was going to be built by the separate contractors. So we've made an agreement with the contractor and Quick Trip to build a little bit more fencing to make sure that that fencing all ties in. It was pretty fast-tracked in that area. The contractor and the city are splitting the cost between that additional fencing. Change is in accordance with the terms of the construction contract, and change order has been reviewed by the city attorney. The budgetary impact is increasing the budget by about $19,000 as a result of this change order, which is about 3%, a little bit over 3% of the total cost of the construction contract, so pretty minimal. I'm pretty sure this, like, knock on wood, I think this would be the only change that we're aware of, and we're very close to completing that lift station. If we can get a couple more valves, we've had obviously some material delays. We'll should have that operational here in early to mid-June, coordinating with the development opening up to business. So with that, staff recommends the governing body authorize the mayor and city staff to execute change order 1 with Lina Weaver Construction. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
The 12.5 on the additional fencing, that's our cut, that's our split?
Correct.
So the total's 25?
Correct.
Any other questions? Any discussion? Seems pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
If not, I entertain a motion to approve the change order.
I move to approve the change order 1 for 199th and Webster Pump Station with Lina Weaver Construction and authorize Mayor Berkey and city staff to execute change order 1 with Lina Weaver Construction.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. The next one is also you. Consider approval of resolution number 2022-R-07 for the CARS program submittal for the city of Spring Hill, Kansas.
Thank you again, Mayor and members of the council. I'm before you on this item to take action on a resolution acknowledging review and acceptance of the requested 5-year Johnson County Assistance Road System, or CARS, program for the program years 2023 through 2027. To have projects considered for county assistance in the CARS program, the governing body must submit a written 5-year road and bridge improvement program by the end of April of every year. This year it's the end of April. And the request must be accompanied by a resolution which provides that included projects have been reviewed and approved by the governing body. By way of background, staff each year assembles a 5-year running program for submittal to the County Board of County Commissioners. The submittal itself does not obligate the city to any specific projects during that, but acts as a planning tool for the county in their budgeting process. Projects included in our submittal this year include 199th Street from Ridgeview to Renner, which is a major maintenance, but is really a street reconstruction in terms of scope. Woodland from 191st to 199th Street, which would be the 2024 project. 199th would be the 2023 project. And that would be essentially mill and overlay heavy maintenance. 207th Street from Woodland to Ridgeview, that would be a street reconstruct project. 191st Street from Highway 169 to Woodland would be a heavy maintenance project with mill and overlay. And then 207th Street west of the other project, really from the railroad tracks at Woodland west to Webster Street. We do have the details and the cost estimates of what we call the Form A's, which is what goes to the county, and a map of all those projects in the program. Later in the year, the county will take all of the cities in Johnson County, make their submittals. The CARS Technical Review Committee assembles those and awards or recommends a list of projects to the Board of County Commissioners. That typically is approved by the Board of County Commissioners in the August to September timeframe. And for the most part, cities are not guaranteed, but extremely likely to get their number one priority. So if you only submit one project a year, you're pretty likely to get that project. The exact amount of funding is usually up to 50% of the eligible cost of each project, although it's subject to some CARS funding rules and things too that may actually cut it down for most of the cities in the county just a little bit last year. But generally speaking, that's the kind of assistance you're getting. We, of course, do request the maximum 50% for each project. Planning for these roads projects is essential to the budgeting process for both the city and the county. Again, this resolution provides a planning tool and the opportunity for funding assistance. We could either approve it, deny the resolution, which would result in the loss of any possible 2023 funding, or table the issue. But since the program is due tomorrow, we hope we can move forward with that. City attorneys reviewed the draft resolution as well. And at this time, there is no budgetary impact. I would point that these streets, certainly the first year, which is what I call the real year, the 2023 job, is the one that we would end up doing an interlocal agreement with Johnson County on. Has been in the city's capital improvement program for some time. It's not a new project for sure. With that, staff recommends approval of the CARS resolution acknowledging review and acceptance of the requested 5-year Johnson County Assistance Road System CARS program for the CARS years 2023 through 2027. I do have the submittal package attached along with the resolution, the draft resolution, and with that, I'd be happy to take any questions you may have.
You said that the number one project is typically the most likely one. So obviously we have multiple on here. Does that mean we can't change?
Well, we do, but there's only, these are for 5 years, so that our number one project for each of 5 years.
So
yeah.
That leads me to my next part of my question then. Is there, once this is submitted, I'm assuming, do we have the power to move or reorder?
The out year projects, the 2023 job, which is 199th Street, we're pretty well locked into that one.
Right, minus that.
The rest of them, yeah, every year you can move those around.
Okay.
Right, those are, the county likes to get those, the county staff to understand what the cities are planning, and also to show the need to the Board of County Commissioners to demonstrate that the CARS program is a valuable program that cities depend on.
So if a need were to change within the city, we could move around 25 and 26 if we.
Anything past 23, yes.
Okay.
And it's a revolving, next year we sit down with staff and we'll come back to you and based on the needs of the city, we might have something moved around.
Is the widening of Ridgeview Road in the first submittal of CARS where it's been on the agenda? I was thinking for about the last 8 years.
The only work we're programming to do on Ridgeview Road proper right now, it is curb and guttered up to the north part, or it's improved up to the north part of the high school. From there on, it's unimproved. We do have a capital improvements program or project right now to add a northbound left turn lane at 193rd Street, south of the grade school. 193rd is going to be going into the middle school. I can't remember if it's parents use that entryway, but there's going to be more traffic on 193rd when that middle school opens. We agreed with the school district to jointly fund, the city did, a northbound left turn lane, which was shown to be going to be necessary by the traffic study. And that project's actually out for bid and is designed and is going to be bid on Monday. So that'll be built this summer, the northbound left turn lane.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion?
When you mentioned, like, pretty much we can not guarantee, but count on our number one project per year getting funded, does that mean like we could potentially put multiple projects there and, you know, say we put 2 into 2024?
You can. What happens is everything but the number one project for each community is subject to being ranked by the committee. So if there's any money after all the number ones are selected, then they have a competitive process for the remaining projects. So some of the larger cities, for example, might submit several mill and overlay projects on mile roadways. And so when you get to the number 2 projects or beyond to your second project you've submitted, you're competing against other communities, and the competition criteria are things like it's the benefit to cost ratio, how much it costs to do it, and you're competing based on ADT traffic counts and accidents, things like that. And you know, we can't compete against the Olathes and the Overland Parks of the world in traffic counts on thoroughfares.
Too high for us.
Yeah, you know, we're submitting 5,000 and, you know, to maybe 10,000 vehicle per day projects against 40,000 vehicle per day projects. So
our best bet is one project per year.
Is picking our best project each year.
99% guaranteed.
Yes, that's correct. We have got the highest relative to the amount of money. So CARS, what happens is all the cities in the county and in the state receive motor fuel tax tax receipts from the Kansas Department of Transportation from the state. And there was a state law passed in 1984 that essentially created the ability to have a CARS program. So what happens is the county siphons off part of the funds that would otherwise go straight to the cities to fund the CARS program, and then they add a little bit of county money to that as well. And so they call this 80% rule, where they do guarantee that every city gets at least 80% in a running 5-year program by a calculation of the money that they would have otherwise gotten straight to them. So, and that means the big cities are kind of donor cities, but they get at least 80% of what they would have got if there wasn't CARS. And the smaller cities, you know, it was built so that smaller communities could occasionally build big projects that they couldn't otherwise do.
It's like a revenue share.
Yeah, a little bit. It's kind of a Robin Hood thing. It's take from the rich and give to the poor, I call it. And Spring Hill is right now is through since I've been working on it on that running 5-year program. At the 80% rule, we're at like 600%. Which is one other city in the county is at that, so we're doing pretty well.
Got good results.
Yeah.
Mayor and council members, the one thing is, I do want to clear up there's not quite a 99% guarantee. There's a very good chance, and we've had excellent success. Would also tell you that the CARS program out of Johnson County, as opposed to the statewide CARS program is significantly different. It's not just a little bit of the money, it's not just a little bit of money that the Board of County Commissioners in Johnson County is submitting. County takes 1/3 of Johnson County sales tax revenue. In addition to the other, not just the state sales tax revenue, which all pours into CARS, would otherwise go directly to the city. In addition, Johnson County takes 1/3 of its sales tax revenue and puts it into the CARS program. So the funds that are in the CARS program significantly exceed that which is otherwise returned, would be returned to the cities under the statewide plan, which is another reason why while some of the larger cities may be seen as donors, there's also a significant input from the county, and they get some larger projects paid from time to time. But yes, Board of County Commissioners is giving 1/3 of its sales tax revenue to the CARS program, which goes back to funding city roads. And I just wanted to point out, that's that structure and how it works. So it is a significant contribution from the county government to the city, and the city has been very lucky and has done a very good job of submitting plans and needs and addressing those, and those have been addressed. But I do want to make sure that I'm pretty clear that it is a significant contribution that the county is making to it.
For example, like Webster Street last year we got about half of that was paid for by CARS program.
Correct. And the 199th and Ridgeview roundabout before that. Well, actually, they were both the same year.
Same year, yeah, both last year, yeah.
But the roundabout actually was funded in 19. It was just delayed construction.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You said we have a lot of flexibility past 23 as far as which project we go with. Is it the flexibility just within the remaining 4, or is there flexibility to add another one? Like,
No,
we have
you-
to be
you-
locked into those 5 right now?
No, you could bring another project up. The projects have to meet certain criteria, and they have to be on the CARS routes. So there's a map of CARS eligible routes, which is generally the section line roads and the major roads. So there's a map of CARS eligible streets.
Okay.
And then there's also the possibility of sometimes of doing a street that connects two CARS eligible streets and has a minimum traffic count, and some other things, but that rarely comes into play.
The only other area that I would think to consider, and I don't know if it's an eligible project or not, based on the criteria you're talking about, would be 215th Street between 169 and Webster.
It's partly in Miami County, isn't it? Yeah, it's got to be in Johnson County.
Okay, so it gets bounced out automatically then.
Right.
Okay.
Same thing, 223rd would be great, but it's in Miami County.
Okay, I hadn't thought about that.
Spring Hill being in 2 counties throws me for a loop occasionally too, so.
Yeah. Any other questions or discussion?
No.
If not, I entertain a motion to approve the resolution.
I move to approve the resolution number 2022 R-07, acknowledging review and acceptance of the requested 5-year Johnson County Assistance Road System CARS program, 2023 through 2027.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor.
Next item on the agenda is to consider ordinance number 2022-05, amending section 15-103A6, chapter 15, article 1 of the Spring Hill Municipal Code relating to maximum speed limits on 223rd Street. And Mr. Messer, you have the floor.
Yep, good evening. Basically, Miami County changed their speeds going west across the highway, and we had one 55-mile-an-hour speed limit sign in the city. That one is just west on 223rd. When researching it, we figured out that the ordinance needed to be updated in several locations because it did not cover the entire area. So what we're asking, and what Miami County has studied and is requesting, that we lower the speed from the 55 going into their 45 to a 45. And then we also had another speed limit sign down by Victory that was 45 to correct the zone. We want to make 35 and then 45 once it gets across. So that's what basically the changes. I mean, it's confusing if I sit here and try to read it, but basically we're trying to eliminate the 55, which is, you're going 35 to 55 to 45 in a very short distance. And we felt that it wasn't exactly safe for that. It would be safer to make it consistent throughout. And then the other one that was by Victory going west, it's a 40 there. And to make it compatible with the zone, it's 35 on one side and 35 on the other. So we're requesting the changes of those two signs. And the ordinance was rewritten by Chuck to cover these changes and to address what was not covered in the original ordinance. So we're requesting that to adopt this ordinance for those two sign changes and the updated ordinance.
And yes, Mayor and council members, to be clear, we're not adopting an ordinance for sign changes. That's the impact on Public Works has to go up and put up signs. We are changing the speed limit on the basis of Miami County traffic study. We are also correcting an error in the ordinance which left part of the designated speed limit outside. It left part of the city of Spring Hill's speed limit on 223rd Street uncodified, and that's addressed. To be clear, what we are doing is adopting the speed limit based upon the recommendations of Miami County and Miami County's traffic study and engineering study for the safety on 223rd Street. There are some signs that are out of place, which Mr. Messer referenced. Those will all be corrected, and Public Works is directed to do so based upon the ordinance. In terms of the specific speed limits between the specific streets, if you look at the ordinance, section 1 of the ordinance, on the top of the second page of the ordinance, in red, it shows the changes in the specific speed limits between the cross-line streets.
Any other questions or discussion on the speed limit signs? If not, I entertain a motion to approve the ordinance as stated.
I move to approve the ordinance number 2022-05, amending section 15103A6, chapter 15, article 1 of the Spring Hill Municipal Code relating to maximum speed limits on 223rd Street.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any other further discussion? If not, those in favor?
You need to take a roll.
Oh, sorry, roll, my bad.
Mrs. North?
Yes.
Mr. Van Houten?
Yes.
Mrs. Roth?
Yes.
Mr. Peel?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Mayor Berkey?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is to consider ordinance number 2022-06, amending chapter 11, article 7 of the Spring Hill Municipal Code and prohibiting urination and defecation in public. Mr. Dunley, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Fairly straightforward. There is no ordinance prohibiting, there is no code, municipal code prohibiting public urination or public defecation. In the city, we recommend that you adopt such an ordinance. I'm going to go ahead and leave it at that. If there's any questions, I stand for them, or Chief Henson is here.
We just not have anything right now?
It's not part of the Uniform Public Offense Code within the city, and the city adopts Uniform Public Offense Code. You have to adopt some additional ordinances to go with that and in the past, the city didn't adopt one or didn't see the need. Sometimes the police department receives calls for public urination, and they don't actually have,
Grounds to stand on.
they can't issue a citation for such an incident. So
So this will greatly assist the police department on calls like that.
it will assist the police department on calls with that, make for a safer, healthier community.
Yep.
Cool. Would it be fair to say that this is not a major problem that we have ongoing?
I will defer to Chief Henson for that. It's
It's not rampant, no.
Or that's all. Like, I understand the why. I want to make sure that we're not catching this frequently, which is why we're doing this now. Or this issue doesn't come up frequently with the police having to deal with it.
Well, it's coming up because we did have to deal with it and we didn't have any recourse.
No teeth in the.
Right.
Right. That makes sense.
And I assume that this is just adults. Like, obviously, if your 4-year-old kid's outside and pees in the front yard, this is not something that's gonna be.
Well, every ordinance has discretion.
Yeah, okay.
you can't charge.
Because my son has been caught doing that, so.
You can't charge a child in municipal court.
Yeah.
So you're fine.
You have to be age 10 and up.
Yeah, no, it was like 2, maybe 1.5.
14.
I say this at my work all the time. It happens one time and then you gotta make a policy about it, so.
Yeah.
Here we are.
Any other questions? If not, I entertain a motion to approve the ordinance.
I move to approve ordinance number 2022-06, amending chapter 11, article 7 of the Spring Hill Municipal Code and prohibiting urination and defecation in public.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Mrs. North?
Yes.
Mr. Van Houten?
Yes.
Mrs. Roth?
Yes.
Mr. Peel?
Yes.
Mayor Berkey?
Yes.
Motion passes 600.
Thank you.
Mayor and council, I come before you on the next item with what I suspect will be an equally controversial ordinance prohibiting indecent exposure. To be clear, the reason for an indecent exposure ordinance is under Kansas state law, what some people would think of as indecent exposure falls under lewd and lascivious conduct, which violates state law, and that's specifically for sexual gratification, as opposed for just walking around naked or showing yourself naked. The lewd and lascivious conduct requires proof of an intent to gain or enjoy sexual gratification as a result of the behavior. This is not what we're talking about here. This is that you don't get to walk around naked or present yourself in either in public or in a place where you are likely to be seen in public in an indecent manner.
I assume this goes hand in hand with the urinating and defecating in public.
Yes, although I'm not sure that we've had the incident specifically, but this is one that is commonly adopted by cities. And it's one that the city and that Chief Henson had requested in the past and just hadn't been completed.
Okay.
We have included some descriptions necessary in some of the recent case law, and in sometimes, frankly, unnecessary and foolish fights as the description of, part of it we've included in the description of a woman's breast to include the areola. And that's simply to avoid fights over whether or not the ordinance is unconstitutionally vague in that regard. in terms of, there are from time to time, and I will be clear, a certain group of individuals who are opposed to such ordinances. I do not aware of any such group active here in the city of Spring Hill or anticipating any such group. But there is a political action group called Free the Breast, which has challenged some of these ordinances in some cities in the state of Kansas. And some of them have changed theirs as a result. Some have not.
Any other questions, discussions? If not, I entertain a motion to approve the ordinance.
I move to approve ordinance number 2022-07, amending Chapter 11, Article 7 of the Spring Hill Municipal Code and prohibiting indecent exposure.
Second.
Got a motion and discussion. Second, is there any further discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Mr. Peel?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Mrs. North?
Yes.
Mr. Van Houten?
Yes.
Mrs. Roth?
Yes?
Mayor Berkey?
Yes.
Motion passes 600.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is consider the approval of Charter Ordinance number 40, repeal Charter Ordinance number 31. Mr. Dunley, this one's you also.
Yes, the mayor and council, we have, in addressing a recent item, I was called upon to review Charter Ordinance 31, which is rarely to be used, which is rarely used, but addresses both the improvement of and vacation of streets, alleys, avenues, etc. It also includes the vacation of other types of, in addition to thoroughfares, other types of lands, lots, parcels, etc. In addressing that issue, I discovered that Charter Ordinance 31 mistakenly contained a description of an entirely different subject matter in one of its paragraphs. It also did not address the vacation of other plots of land other than the vacation of streets and alleys. So all of those are included, and essentially what we're doing is fixing Charter Ordinance 31 and streamlining, which was adopted initially for the purpose of exempting the city from KSA 1423 and 1423A to streamline the process for improving or vacating streets, alleys, and then also for vacating certain public ownership rights in other lands, lots, blocks, sections, etc. I would urge you to adopt this. We probably use this on very rare occasion. However, it significantly streamlines the process, cuts out a lot of red tape and a lot of unnecessary delay for the city. And I stand for any questions.
Questions or discussion on that? If not, I entertain a motion to consider approval of Charter Ordinance.
I move to adopt Charter Ordinance number 40, exempting the city of Spring Hill, Kansas from KSA 14423 and KSA 14423A, and adopting substitute provisions for such subjects and amending City of Spring Hill, Kansas Charter Ordinance 31.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Mrs. Roth?
Yes.
Mr. Peel?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Yes.
Mrs. North?
Yes.
Mr. Van Houten?
Yes.
Mayor Berkey?
Yes.
Motion passes 600.
Thank you for
sir.
your time.
Last item on the agenda, next item on the agenda, we have consider the approval of purchase of repair digester blower at the Spring Hill wastewater plant. And Mr. Jackie Messer, you have the floor.
Hello again. The wastewater plant usually has redundant systems. They have 2 blowers or pumps for each operation, sometimes 3. This particular section has 2 pumps. They're not really pumps. They're air blowers that are blowing air that is diffused into the process for the treatment. They're vital. You can't do without them because that's the thing keeping it from hydrogen sulfide and smelling to high heaven, or continuing the process. We had one, the plant's over 20 years old, their stuff's starting to fail. So we had one of the pump, I keep calling it a pump, one of the blowers froze up. It was taken to Kansas City by JCI to see if they could fix it, and they came back with a estimate of 11,000, I can't remember the number. 11,589. And we have to have 2 blowers. One is a backup, obviously. The second is required by KDHE and the EPA to maintain a backup unit. So staff is recommending that we allow JCI to effect these repairs.
What's the I assume the difference, so this is just to repair the existing one?
Yes.
What would be I assume the cost replacement would be a
I
massive
think it was
amount more.
35,000.
35. And how old is that one's 20 years old?
Yes. Yeah, it's,
The existing?
yes,
Existing
so,
blower.
I think the plant was built, 20 years ago?
What's the
25.
average life of a blower?
Like 20, 25 years.
So my question is, if we repair this one and it fails again in 2 years, and we just spent $11,000,
Yep.
and then we'll have to buy a new one in a year or 2.
Yeah, I figured, but I looked at the work that they're doing, and I don't feel like, from my experience, that would be the case.
Okay.
What do you think the life of these repairs would be?
It'll probably be 20, 25 years.
Oh, give it another 20 or 20?
Yeah, I-
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah, because they're pretty much rebuilding they're putting a new motor in there, they're balancing the impeller, and, yeah, these things will,
okay.
they're not,
Like a overhaul.
Like a refurbished blower.
right, yeah, it's refurbished, but they're not something that grinds and comes in contact and wears metal down.
Yeah.
They're just forcing air,
So it's kind of like alternators get rebuilt, they kind of
Yes.
put everything new in it, and it's, yeah, okay.
Didn't we have to replace some pumps at wastewater or something similar, somewhere in that realm, like within the last 6-12 months-ish?
we did
Okay.
2 inlet pumps with new ones, and we did one in August at one of the lift stations, so,
Are they life cycle wise similar to like this equipment is why we're getting stuff wearing out near the same time?
yes, pretty much.
Okay.
But this is a different type process. The pumps are more in contact with sewage and the water and the corrosion. The blowers aren't so much. They're just designed to push air.
Yeah. I was getting more at, like just the life cycle of a lot of our equipment at that facility
Yes.
seems to be wearing out.
Yes.
Right.
We have 5 air blowers, more air blowers that work with the process, the aeration tanks. And they've been, the requests have been coming in for rebuilding one a year. And and you'll see that in the budget request. There's one for this year, one for next year, and one the year after. So we're trying to do a little preventative. But these were lower down on they had not come up on the list yet.
Okay.
Probably when the 5 main process ones were done, then we would go to the digester ones and try to rotate them out. But this one, just the motor locked up and failed.
Yeah.
Any other questions or discussion? Not, I entertain a motion to approve.
Move to approve JCI Industries to repair the digester blower at the Spring Hill wastewater plant in the amount of $11,589.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0-0. Now we'll move on to some discussion items, and the next item on the agenda is chickens in the city of Spring Hill, city limits of Spring Hill. We had, those of you that were here last session, we had several citizens come in and talk about chickens and the desire to have chickens. We've had, I know myself personally, I've had a bunch of emails over the last couple weeks. Actually, quite a few emails. I've had, I would guess, somewhere between 30 and 50 emails in support of chickens, and I've only received one against. So with that, I would just entertain a discussion here on if you guys have any questions or comments. I did, for us here, I did go through and research Overland Park, Prairie Village, and Shawnees. All three of those cities close to us all have chicken permits. You can all have chickens, and I did research some of their rules and regulations. They're all pretty good ones, I think. Just kind of get an idea of what cities around us that do allow chickens, what their rules are, to consider it. And if you guys have any questions, and then Pat also can.
I'm just up here to.
If you guys have any questions, Pat could help answer some of them, or
at least just
I
direction.
thought you were gonna bring a chicken.
I thought you were bringing chickens, you said this.
I can bring some chickens.
You probably have. Do you have chickens?
No.
You don't have
My
chickens.
dogs love them.
Is that a bucket of chicken?
Cattle dogs, no, more just in direction what you want the governing body would like to do. If we could have something prepared for the next meeting, and if that's what you so choose.
Yeah, so pretty much what I was looking for is to kind of discuss with you guys and get a consensus of if we want to add this as an action item for the next council meeting. So that's.
I did some chicken research this week. Did most of my review was on the Overland Park program that they have, so I'll look at the other two, but I had everything that I know is based off of Overland Park. I think they have a really good program for this type of issue, so I think it's a good thing to model after or look at. Some of the questions that I would have, because Overland Park is what I would consider a larger organization, more staff, more labor, more resources. They have an animal control department that is heavily involved in the different processes for permitting and stuff. So one of my bigger concerns is how we would manage this from a
Regulate it.
staff standpoint. Who would be doing inspections if inspections are warranted? Enforcement if there's a problem or a complaint. Are we doing annual inspections or semi-annual? Or do we not do any other inspection except for the initial one, where someone could be having a problem, but it only comes in on a complaint basis is when we're going to check it. But mainly, how would we handle this from a staff workforce, and who would be handling it? Because I think we have animal control, but it's like maybe one person.
Yeah.
It's very, very small if we have it.
We really don't.
We don't.
Yeah,
We don't.
I know we have codes, and I know we have police. I don't really see this as a police thing, but somebody's got chickens that's angry about chickens. The police are going to be the first people to get called.
Well,
That is correct.
yeah, but we have handled these chicken complaints before. Matter of fact, right when Brandon was hired. So, we can do it. It would be more, we could look at it and say that, okay, this is a community development function. And then we would check and see on what extent the governing body would want us, do you want annual inspections? Do you want to work on it like a complaint driven? Or do you want to, also licensing of it and all? We could base it on Overland Park, so I read through a little bit of it and all. And we could handle it. We're gonna have to, community development's gonna have to grow anyway. So, we could know that would be another function along with it, because we do right-of-way permitting inspections as it is. So there's a lot of discussion on putting some right-of-way permitting as well as utility marking and eliminate some service contracts and have a person do multiple tasks, just like you do with code enforcement now.
And I know, so for Overland Park, there, the initial permit is $100 the first year, and then $50 for each renewal. And then Shawnee, there's a similar, there's initial permits 90, and then the renewals are 45. So they're pretty close to each other.
Yeah, I think those are all way, way too low.
As a practical matter,
Deterrent, so I was getting at.
one thing I would like to point out to the council in terms of your consideration or discussion, this matter, a lot of people have looked at the Overland Park model, as we're calling it. Please note, Overland Park has a pilot program.
Right.
They do not have an adopted ordinance. They're trying this for 2 years.
Right.
Yep.
And they're doing so under a let's see how this works structure. And now, it does make for an easy read in that it has its own 8-page resolution that does not tie in or reflects certain changes to the code. Shawnee and Prairie Village have adopted this as an ordinance, and it's worked into their code. And so that is something I do want to make sure that you consider in terms of the Overland Parks program appears to be more reflective, and each of the local programs that I have reviewed tend to reflect the nature of the community. And so, for instance, Prairie Village has a very straightforward 6 chickens in a coop with a run. It's 84 square feet, the total thing. The chickens stay in there the whole time, and then they can't smell. If your neighbor can smell them, then that's a problem. Then it's a nuisance.
No roosters.
And no roosters, nobody's allowed, you can't have roosters.
That's kind of a general rule.
There's no roosters, and you can't kill chickens, and it can't be for commercial purposes.
Right.
So you can't go sell the eggs, you can't go sell the chickens, you can't cut the heads off the chickens to serve them, and you can't, and then there's a split amongst letting the chickens run around in the yard. All of the cities have an initial permit. The point of the permit is for, that's essentially how you notify the city, how the city does the inspection of it, and that's to pay for the inspection of it.
Right.
Rather than to place a burden on the rest of the community for that purpose. It's not the licensing, it's different than licensing of animals. So I don't want those two things to be confused. The purpose of the permitting is the chicken coop and the keeping of the chickens related to that structure, and any enforcement requirements. It's not a license on the animals. The Overland Park pilot program and so Prairie Village, which I grew up in Prairie Village, so it's easy for me to speak to. You have a relative, very, very, very few residences in the entire city that have any link. You have a large number of post-Second World War houses that sit close to each other. And so they have a very specific ordinance reflective of that. Overland Parks has some variance. While a much larger city and different, it does tend to reflect more of the variance in size of residential properties, more consistent with the city of Spring Hill than with, say, Prairie Village. Shawnee may be the better match, but altogether, the point is, you do have a number of larger rural residential homes in Spring Hill that you don't have in Prairie Village. So those are some of the things that we would love guidance on. Your thoughts?
I was actually very much in favor of the pilot program system.
That's what I was thinking.
And how it's using is that it's not set in stone yet. They're gathering data and gathering information and gathering feedback. And I think that is exactly the type of scenario that I would be in favor of here. And then either adjusting after a certain period of time to based on what that feedback is, or, you know, deciding ultimately if we're gonna keep this or not, or, you know, all of those different things. So I would not do this unless it's a pilot style program, more or less, that we're gonna gather data and feedback and be able to adjust on the fly. So that, I think, is a massive feature of what Overland Park is doing. Theirs is pretty young too. I think they just started in January, so they're only 4 months into this thing, and I would love to hear from some people from Overland Park about what their feedback has been in the first month.
It, you know, it was a mad rush. We've talked to the kids. It was a mad rush at first, and it's all kind of just settling out. And
Did they put a limit on how many permits they were gonna allow, or?
no, I mean, no, the amount of chickens and all, but no.
Yeah.
Not on the amount of permits.
And that's, the number of chickens is based on the size of your
Size
lot.
they have, yeah.
Yeah.
And the only, and that's all on your guys' sheets
Oh,
that
yeah.
you have there. The only downside to a pilot program is, let's say you did it for a couple of years and then decided, no, you don't want to, then everybody that paid all the money for their coop and everything else, then they're just out.
It also said in there that if that scenario happens, this is the very last thing in the ordinance, that if that scenario happens, they would give up to 6 months for you to relocate your chickens. Now, there's not anything about, you know, compensating you for any money or time that you've spent, but it does say that, you know, we're not gonna pass or say no to the ordinance, and then tomorrow code enforcement's gonna be out yanking chickens out of yards. So it gave them an amount of time to making accommodations for their chickens. So, and I like the negatives for this for me on this is smell, noise, predators, you know, so coyotes, snakes, that kind of stuff. Foxes, getting into areas that are residential. And then time commitment from staff is like, how much time are we gonna have to spend dealing with this, and which staff are going to deal with it? So if we can get some observations on those negatives during that pilot time, that's what I would be looking for to see.
And I think we can. I mean, and I don't foresee us coming to you and say, I need even one person at the very beginning. You know, we just see, I would think the first 6 months will tell us everything.
Probably so.
Would be my guess.
Like 2 years seems to be a little bit too long to me.
I think that, I think 2 years is, I almost thought it was too short.
Yeah, that's what I was.
For you to see how long, part of it is not just the initial 6 months. The problem is many people will obtain chickens to begin from chicks, and then they grow, and then you have a coop or a tractor, and it takes time. And in the course of that passage of time, the issues of odor and noise and so forth through the seasons, and as the chickens mature, change. And it is important to note that in all these programs, and unless absent your guidance, if you ask, I'm going to write what you tell me to, or I'm going to try to write what you tell me to. I will tell you that in every one of these, I want to make it crystal clear. Prairie Village, Overland Park, Shawnee, Roland Park, the ones we've worked on before, every single one of them says, if your neighbor can smell the chickens, then you're in violation. That's something to think very hard about as we go into this. However, Overland Park's number of, say, 3 in a smaller area may be more helpful. If you put 6 on a quarter acre, your neighbors are gonna smell that chicken coop. Unless you're in there really
What I
doing your
meant by
job.
6 months, we'd find out the participation in 6 months.
Right.
And,
Yeah.
little
when the-
chicks in 6 months are chickens, and I would imagine a lot of them will be get rid of
Yeah.
them after the real
Yeah.
work starts.
Less
Well,
than
and,
chicken,
like,
more than chicken.
First 6 months is gonna be hot and heavy. Like everybody
Right.
that's very much in favor of chickens is gonna be getting their chicken setup going. And so that might not give us a real accurate depiction of like what workload is to manage that.
Yeah.
Cause it might slow down as permits starts to slow down, so.
I don't anticipate that an inspector will be just slammed with permit after permit after permit. I'm sure in the beginning, there'll definitely be more than, 4 or 5 months down the road.
Well, even just based off of emails, that would give me a dozen to 15 that I would expect to come in that first week. And then maybe double that over the next month, so then we're at approximately 30, and then it would kind of taper off after that. So I would be surprised if we got more than, 50 total over maybe
Right.
8 to 12 months.
And that's what I was getting at. I don't really anticipate hiring another inspector,
No.
just for this or something like that.
Well, and just the simple fact of having to have a coop, having, all the regulations that would be put into place, I mean, those all cost money, they all cost
Right.
time, you're gonna take time, so I don't think everybody's going to either be able or want to do all of that.
And we can-
Even if they support it, they might just wanna support other people's right to do it.
And we can run it through as through our permitting process fairly easily. Even, they could apply online and we could go out and do a pre-inspect. It's gonna take some work with people. It's always that way, which we can do pretty easily.
The only other piece that I thought was pretty noteworthy was that it doesn't come out and say that HOAs can tell you no, but it tells you to go definitely go check with your HOA first, so.
That was my question. How is that handled?
That's gonna be
Last word.
very clear. HOAs can absolutely prohibit these.
Okay.
And we are not going to go fight
No.
over that. Those are,
So would the city be notified by the HOA then to make sure there's no permits given, or would?
no.
No, that is.
If you
up
go
to
build
the
it, you can go build the most beautiful
not giving
chicken
them
coop
back.
in creation, in your backyard.
Mm-hmm.
Your HOA can tell you gotta have it out of there.
Yeah.
That's not the city's issue.
We're not, it's just like buying a car. You go research it a little bit.
Yeah.
And we'll have in the rules saying, check with your HOA.
That's also something we can handle from a staff side of things too, knowing, okay, here's out of our 13 or 14 neighborhoods, here's the 10 that the HOAs don't allow it.
Well,
We know that those are gonna be.
We're
our
gonna
no's
set this
already.
set it up online.
To be
So
clear,
we try to go paperless.
I would urge you not to require the city to in any way provide any information to citizens regarding HOA requirements.
Right, that's not what I'm saying.
We want to say, please go check. We won't know what the HOA rules are. And if we put something up saying that we know what they are and we're wrong, then we just bought liability. So I wish.
We'll work with people.
Okay, well,
We obviously want to
So-
tell everybody that we can.
a different way to interpret that would be to say, when we get an application, we will check with the applicant to make sure they've checked with their HOA.
Right, that's true. And we'll have it on all the paperwork and we'll put it in bold letters and blueprint.
Because the worst case scenario in that would be that they do all the work, they get it all set up, they put their application in, and they never checked with their HOA, and then the HOA tells them no.
Don't worry,
And then they're gonna be mad at us,
It'll happen.
and it'll probably happen.
No, seriously,
We can
It-
do all our due diligence, but at
and-
the end of the day, that's
Yeah.
on them. That is
Yeah.
not the city's
it'll happen
responsibility to
and
make
that's
sure.
fine. We can deal with it.
Yeah, because,
Pretty easy.
we can't go and verify every
Yeah.
single person whether they talk to their HOA or not.
Yeah.
And so,
Really, we would like, I'm sorry, go ahead.
no, how would you deal with people who don't do anything and they just put it up and get chickens and,
We would ticket them.
so we would take.
Well, we would give them a chance first.
Warning.
Have a warning and go get your stuff, and then if they don't, or they keep exceeding the limits and things like that, we
Or
would
they're,
write a
or they're,
citation.
they're not on a big enough
That's
lot. or
correct. We would write a citation and take
Okay.
a municipal court
Okay.
That we would cite them for an nuisance.
for the.
And Counselor, or Council, and in particular, Councilmember Peel, if you would like, one thing we can do, and I'm gonna ask a few more specific questions when you're done, if you want this, so that I know which way to go. Ms. Long pointed out to me that the city requires for swimming pools that the permittee obtain a letter from their HOA stating that the swimming pool is permitted in the home, in their subdivision before the city will issue a permit. We could put that in if you so desired. I will tell you, it can be difficult sometimes to get a hold of HOAs. That's up to you. In terms of,
The
It
HOA,
won't
they
be.
know they're.
we should.
You guys, it won't be
We
that
should warn them, but I would try to stay out of the HOA interpretation business.
We can.
No, I'm not saying that we need to be in the interpretation business or any of that, but we can notify an applicant that they need to check with their HOA first before they go do anything.
Right, we
and
can-
and before you check out this permit process.
Yeah, we
That's
can-
the first step that they need to do.
Yeah,
And
we
we
can-
can inform them of that.
Sure.
Absolutely.
My opinion is that if we have the right rules and regulations and looking at prairie villages and using some common sense, I think it has to do with the individual that wants the chickens. I don't think it has to do with the pilot program, because it's all according to the individual person that owns the chickens.
It always is.
And if they follow the rules and regulations and we get some and we have a limit, I have 2 family members that have chickens in different states, and they don't have any more than, like, one has 4 at the most. And it's in pretty close proximity to the neighbors, and I talked to her quite a bit about it, and I've been there, and if there's rules on taking care of the coop, that it has to be kept clean, then it doesn't produce an odor.
And I think that, I will tell you that community development will take a 0 tolerance on smell.
Yes.
And we'll take a 0 tolerance on maintenance of the birds. If birds are completely picked to death and all due to not licing them correctly or something like that, or if they have a mean bird, we will take 0 tolerance on that.
Right.
And as long as people know that, and I assume that we'll get some complaints and all, but you just have to. And that falls in line with making it, where the individual's responsible and do the correct thing.
And I think it would be a neighborly thing to do. I know this is what one of my family members did, was they asked the neighbors next to them how they would feel if they had a limit of 4 chickens. And
That would take going over.
they had approval of that. As far as predators, we're in a subdivision and we have coyotes and
yeah.
we get foxes, so I
Lot of
don't
'em around
think it's
already.
gonna bring any additional, as long as the
Well,
food is contained in the
right.
lid and.
In talking with Overland Park, one of their enforcement officers is really, they have more complaints and deal with more things with neighborhood dogs, getting them through the fence and all that kind of stuff. So we'll just have to deal with those type of items.
Yeah.
If that's what you
Because
said.
it wouldn't be something for our police department to have to deal with. That would
Should
be
be.
the wrong way. It would have to be with some type of a code.
Well,
They do
but
fly.
animal control, so
We don't have the city doesn't have an animal.
animal
right now.
control, then we'll do it.
What will happen is, this is something that the code enforcement officer will deal with on a regular basis, but if there's a call, it's gonna go to the police department. So there will be the occasional drain on police resources, particularly if there's frustration from neighbors. Or if there's,
Conflict with inspectors and things like that. I mean, we deal.
or
with
if the
same
chickens
thing.
get out then
weeds and everything else, you know.
We're still a small town and, you know,
Sure.
we're gonna have some crossover and
Sure.
to help each other out department to department.
absolutely.
And my personal opinion is it's a personal freedom thing, in my opinion. I think if people want, as long as they're, like we've talked about, as long as they're following the regulations, following the guidelines that we set into place, I think every person should be, you know, that follows those regulations should be able to have the freedom to have them. That's my personal opinion.
I mean, does everybody think quarter acre is big enough? I was kind of thinking a third. Because that gives you a little bit more space in between neighbors, like you said, for smell issues and stuff like that.
I don't think there's gonna be a big difference between a
It won't.
quarter and a third. Honestly, my concern is for the people who, don't want chickens and have to smell them, hear them,
Yeah.
have the visual sight of the coop. And again, a lot of that is like protected by HOA type things, but if you're not in an HOA, that's my concern. We're talking about, you know, people's rights. Well, what about their rights to not have to? And again, those are all violations of ordinances that would be discussed and put in place.
Sure.
So then those situations would be warned, cited, et cetera. But those would be my concerns, not just those, but also just creating another, avenue of strife between neighbors. I'm not a chicken expert, so I know nothing about chickens. I've never had chickens. I have two friends that do have chickens, and so I went to them. I went to their houses. They showed me their coops. I was in close, you know, proximity to their coops, and they live outside of city limits, so they don't fall under the same, you know, rules and regulations. And the first thing they both said was, "There's a reason they don't put the coop next to the house." So if we're talking about putting coops in town, I can't imagine very many people, and maybe there will be, I can't imagine if very many people are going to put them right next to their house. They're going to put them in the far corner of the lot, which I'm sure there's gonna be regulations that I think you spoke to a year ago about distance from structures, et cetera. But again, when you put it in the far corner, you're putting it as close to your neighbor as possible. Which, again, we're talking about rights. What about again, I'm not an expert and I don't claim to be, but it's like having a smoking section in the restaurant. You can't section that off.
We have, I mean, it's not illegal to have poultry in the city. It just falls under different types of zoning, you know, agricultural and RR. And actually, believe it or not, there are some, I just read through it again, in commercial size requirements that you can use in commercial. But we're really talking about subdivisional type things, minimum square footage lots, you know, so.
The OP program had minimum setbacks. It's all backyard, 100% backyard.
Right.
25 feet from the back of the backyard,
and
10 from the sides, which I would err more on 25 and 25, but
Well, the problem is you will eliminate
you run out of space.
a lot of places.
Yeah,
because
you run
our
out of
minimum
space.
backyard
Yeah.
is 25 foot.
But there's also, like, I talked to a person
So-
on the phone about chickens that doesn't have a neighbor on the backside. You know, and he felt like that kind of gave him a little bit more of a leg up, so to speak, to having a viable chicken property. Because it's one less property right next to it. So, and there's
More
going
reason
to be
to
a
buy
fair amount
against
of
the
those
flood.
out there, you know. So,
Does Overland Park require they have a fence too?
yeah, you have to have a backyard fence.
Yeah.
You can only have them out of the coop in the backyard. So, like, you can't take your chickens for a walk in the front yard.
And I think every city I researched required them in the backyard, required them to have a fence, required certain
setbacks.
And you can't even have them out of the coop. You can only have them out of the coop and in the fenced backyard when a person is present. So, like, you can't just let them loose and let them run in the backyard and
go to work
go
for the
inside.
And
And
I
some
think-
cities don't even allow them out of the coop. Ever.
I wouldn't be for that.
So, I mean,
And-
it's
Or the
pretty
run.
it's pretty strict.
And I think the in the coop thing when you're not present is because of the predators and stuff to keep
Yeah, that would be a
coyotes
major,
from getting in
that
the
would be a
middle of the
major
night or something. So.
Well, and just control of cleanliness and leaping over fences and all that, you know. So,
I think we
Yeah.
should give our citizens that will be eligible the opportunity. Now, they're gonna have to be responsible with it, but, you know, I think we should give them that opportunity.
I'm all for it.
As someone who's likely to be drafting this, I have a few questions.
Likely.
What do you mean likely?
Are you putting
Yes,
on us?
let's strike that. As a person who's gonna be drafting this, what I'm hearing from you is that we have a general consensus with some reservation on allowing chickens to be kept in residential areas, and limitations on the numbers, smell, and all that, and that information. And I'm comfortable with that, both based on the information that the city previously obtained from the university, or K-State University. And I also have Overland Park's resolution and other tools. I have a few questions that I would love a bit of guidance on. The first one is pilot program or ordinance. It seems to be that you all were leaning towards a pilot program, but it's a very different thing that I'm drafting between the two. So if you'd give a little bit of clarity on that, I would love it, and then I'll have specific questions beyond that.
I would personally be for the ordinance. I think if we have regulations in place, I don't see the need for a pilot program personally.
I feel the same way.
I'd probably prefer a pilot, but I'd be open to the ordinance. I'm a pilot person too.
Just kind of makes it, if I can interject real quickly, you know, if ordinance, and we'll get set up with brochures and things of that nature, where a pilot, I mean, we'll still do some minimal stuff. I'm not so sure we would want to set a pilot program in our permitting structure for permanent, you know.
And that was kind of what I was thinking is I feel like it would be more difficult on your guys' end if it was a pilot program. versus if we
I
were
just see that, you know, because we gotta have our IT in, and then Amy will work on that, and so you can always repeal an ordinance.
Exactly.
My key with the pilot is being able to adjust after we gather information. So if we see something within the ordinance that's not working or that needs to be changed, that we can have an opportunity to make that adjustment somehow. How does it work if it's an ordinance? How much harder is that to do?
It requires publication.
Yeah.
It takes more time. It takes 45 days to do. The real point of the Overland Park pilot program, and part of the point of a pilot program is that it is far more politically palatable to opposition. To my knowledge, there's not great opposition to the chicken programs, to Chickens for Spring Hill. If, however, and so the challenge with the pilot program is twofold. One, the expense to the city in creating everything that you have to do for it, knowing that it might go away. And second, it's going to have a significant impact on and I think this is one of the things that can be a bit unfair on the pilot program part is, although it's also true if you change the ordinance and say this is a disaster, we want these chickens out of here. If you're only gonna have this coop or truck for a year or two, you are less likely to do a good job making it, securing it, if you expect this to be a permanent addition to your residence.
You want it to look good.
Well, you wanna look good, you also you're gonna expend more money, you're more likely to expend funds on it.
I'm saying
That would be that's the problem with the pilot program.
some of the buy-in might be a little bit better, more or less, from the public. If you're gonna be a chicken person.
If you wanna own chickens, having the ability to do so, anticipating that it's not just gonna go away in a year or two is gonna allow you to put more resources into constructing and quality.
Yeah, if it's a pilot program, you might only pay $500 to put a coop in versus if it's You know, if you know it's gonna be there for several years, or assume that it's gonna be for
And we
several
can
years, then you
repeal
can
an
spend,
ordinance.
you know.
But yes, if it's a
$1,000.
problem we can repeal, I would, in that case, we would probably simply give the chicken coop owners a longer period of time to deal with the issue. That would be my legal advice if that issue came up.
A couple of questions though, real quick. It sounds like we'll go on, you'll direct staff to do something with this, is the setbacks. You know, your rear yard setback's 25 foot. You wanna go 20, where you know, you're pushing people right against the fence, they're more apt to not maintain behind it and things like that. And then your side yard, the house at 7, just so you know.
Yep.
In some cases, it's 5, but on
Say, is
average,
it,
it's
is
7.
Overland Park 10 and 10, is that what you were saying?
It was 10 and
10 on the side and 25
that-
on the back.
25, I thought it was bigger than.
So like the farthest away you could put it from your home would be 20 feet, 5 feet from the back of your fence towards your house and 10 feet
Side.
off from the side.
And I think 10 feet's
Yeah.
pretty reasonable on the sides.
Yeah.
I mean, if your house can be 7 feet from them, I feel like
Yeah.
the coop could be 10 feet.
10 feet side and then.
Because I
20
certainly
back.
don't like the idea
Yeah.
of being able to just stick it in the far right or left.
Yeah, that's what I was
corner,
saying, at least
far
10
away
feet from your
the
property
house.
line on all
Yeah,
sides.
because
Yeah, I
that
think
plays
all sides.
into
Okay.
what Mr. Roth's talking about.
I think-
Right, their program is 25 feet from any structure, yours, your neighbors, anywhere else. 10 feet from the side property line.
Yeah, but since ours are only 25, I wouldn't want somebody to put it right up
We'll
against
go
their
10.
fence.
I would say 10 on all sides.
10 from, yeah, all sides of their property.
And then, let's see, we'll probably have to get permanent, we'll have to,
Is Chip chimed in to say what, if he
That's what-
prefers a pilot
10
or a?
10 on all sides. is-
that's what,
Hey, Chip, can you hear us?
I'm listening, guys. You know what? I'm listening to the discussion. You know, I'm indifferent as the pilot versus the. My thing is, we can probably make a commitment and move forward without the pilot, I guess. What's the max number?
It
Well,
depends on the
that's
size of
next-
property that you have.
That's the next question that will be coming.
That's my biggest concern, to be honest with you.
Okay. So, returning for a minute, any further feeling about the ordinance versus resolution?
Like, I say we just go ahead with the ordinance since we've got more people.
I would probably be in favor either way.
Yeah, I'd say go with the
Agreed.
ordinance.
so, and then we go 10 and 10, and our next one will be the amount of chickens.
Minimum 10 and 10.
So I guess what we could say though, before that, a step would be that to force them to lock them up all the time. Now, personally, I'm not in favor of that because I don't believe in locking.
I like
something
to
up all
having
the time.
somebody, an adult, I guess, out there.
Gotta be present.
I think if you're present, yeah, I think if you're
We'll get
present,
that.
they can
That's
be out
fine.
running around.
Okay,
I
so,
like
Free
it.
range,
well, so
semi.
you can let chickens out
In your backyard.
in the presence of an adult in a fenced backyard.
Fenced in yard, yeah.
Correct.
Fenced in.
Okay, now we can.
Fenced in backyard, yes.
Backyard, yeah. And now,
Yeah.
we can go to the number,
Number.
the amount, I'm sorry, of chickens.
From what I read, you kind of have to have at least 3.
Yeah.
Or they go through like
Withdrawals.
withdrawals or whatever for not being around other chickens.
Flocks, yeah. 3 or 4 max.
Yeah, we don't need rogue chickens.
Yeah.
So,
Four. Do you want to start at 4 and then
Chip's on.
jump up from there? Or do you want to start at 3?
I think
I think
3 is
3.
probably
I think 3 is
fine to
fine.
start
I
with.
think 3 is very much a standard number.
Would you like me to use the Overland Parks model for that?
I think that's the one I've looked at. I've looked at all
That's
these
fine.
quite a bit, but I'd say Overland Parks is pretty good with the
Okay.
size of acres and the number, I think is
All
pretty
right.
good. Cause the only one, the top one they have is unlimited if you have 3 or more acres. I don't know that we really have, do we have any lots inside city
We
limits?
do, but they're already allowed to have.
Yeah, they're already allowed it.
They're probably already established in
Yeah.
that if they.
So yeah, I think Overland,
Goats and
personally, anyways,
chickens.
Overland Parks is a pretty good model. as
Okay,
far
we'll
as
just
numbers.
use that. We'll get it
Save us some
prepared
extra
and
work.
sent out to you and
So
then
let me ask a
fees.
question. There's granted, some of these neighborhoods are restricted by HOAs, but the ones that aren't, some of those lots are smaller than a quarter acre.
They
I
would-
mean,
Right, so-
so they just wouldn't qualify, so if they're,
Not eligible.
if they're 10,500 square feet,
Well, I was
their
actually gonna
neighbors-
come back with you on the minimum square footage of a residential lot in the city, which is 9,000 square foot.
that, okay.
But we have a lot of them that do not meet the 9,000 in planned districts and things like that. And I say a lot of them, I can look at the ratio. But, I was just gonna come back with a 9,000, cause that's our minimum square footage in our code book and
There's several.
everything uniform.
It would make it easier, yeah, uniform.
But just uniform, you know.
I would just hate to allow something and then somebody, again, if you're in a neighborhood
Right,
that
that's up
allows
to you
it,
guys. Yeah.
if you're in a neighborhood that allows chickens and we adopt this and it moves forward, and you know, one person has just over a quarter acre, and then your neighbor that has relatively the same size, but technically on Ames it says they're,
Right.
you know, 10 square feet shy,
Mhm.
are we gonna say you can but you can't?
Yes.
That, well,
Yeah,
I'm
I
saying
think
that's
we need
something
to have
we have
a
to.
larger than 9,000 square foot minimum.
Yeah, I mean,
think that's
we
too
have
small
to,
a lot.
yes.
right, I know
you
the
know,
city has to follow
but,
the.
right.
It's
but
what
that's
you-
I'm asking.
It's what you.
We will
would
do
like
what you
us to.
decide.
I know, I'm looking at you, but
I
I should have
understand.
been looking
I
here. So
understand.
that's something we need to consider, is there's lots of homes that are in neighborhoods grouped together that would not meet this requirement, whereas one neighbor may and the other one not.
Which I think is kind of the point. You don't want them, unfortunately, if they live on a lot that's too small, then they just wouldn't qualify. And that's just part of it if you live in
And
that
you have to
small.
draw the line somewhere,
Yeah.
Yeah,
obviously,
and
but.
if nothing else, it doesn't give a huge amount of space for the chickens if they're out
Yeah,
running around
exactly.
with it, you know, space for them to run
Well, and you're
around.
closer, and that's, with smell being an issue.
And it would be hard
Quarter
for them
acre
to
or
get the 10
9,000
feet.
square feet?
Yeah, I don't know.
I think the quarter is a better,
Yeah, I think quarters.
but
Right.
Quarter acre minimum.
Did we say a square footage? We're just going by
That'd be
the.
10,000.
well, that's the 10
Is
acre.
it the 10,890?
Yeah, that's what,
Okay.
quarter acre is.
Yeah, okay.
Well, it's.
Okay, we
limited
will,
People now.
I will draft a proposed,
Well, fees.
huh?
Fees.
Oh, fees.
Yeah, cost.
They're all pretty close to the, like, I looked at 3 or 4 different cities and they were all within $10 of each other. So,
Overland Park.
I mean, $100, yeah, Overland Parks is $100 for the first one, $50 for year after. I mean, that's pretty uniform. I mean, if you guys.
Yeah, depending on how long it's gonna take to process, $100 I don't think is
Mr. Pitt.
much for what you're gonna.
I mean, the cost recovery is not, I mean, we're
not gonna.
essentially, they're,
I say we'll break
you're
even.
paying your $100 for somebody to come out and do the inspection.
That's kind of what I'm
That's,
thinking.
that's really what you're paying for. I certainly don't think we need to charge more.
No.
If we were gonna change the fee, it would be less. I think anywhere in that, 75 to 100 range is fine. So,
The second question there is, do you wish to have annual inspections thereafter?
I think it
No.
should be eligible at least.
I would be in favor of 1 a year, just if nothing else, to make sure the chickens are
yeah,
taken care
I
of.
don't know if it's annual, but I definitely, it's not a one and done.
Yeah.
You get your inspection the first time and then that's it. Like, we've gotta have follow-up on it. of
Well, I
some-
think it has to be annual if you're not gonna do just the initial one.
Right.
Well, the annual makes sense. In the only other thing I would probably even really contemplate would be like, can you stretch it to 2 years?
Yeah. Well, what,
That's what I was thinking.
Conditional use permits, we have inspectors that have to look at conditional use permits annually and all, so we could put it in that rotation.
Yeah, we would
We'd
still
look at
charge you
about
the lower
25.
re-up fee.
Yeah, it'd be, say, $50, or unless you wanted a different amount. The Overland Park amount is 50. For the, I think, Prairie is less than that. Part of it is.
Prairie Village, I think
simply-
it's 45, I think.
is it's really just, it's paying for the city's time
Chickens.
so that not everybody is, it's not a
Yeah,
taxpayer.
because you wanna have chickens,
subsidized
not everybody's getting hit for it.
activity.
Yeah.
So just bottom line.
And the
90,
city's not,
100.
the city's, I mean, realistically, the city's not gonna make money on that.
No.
As long as we
No.
break,
The time and
try to
paperwork
break
they have to
even.
do
This
go
is,
out there.
this is.
I think 150 is fair.
I think 150 is perfectly acceptable and fair.
And to be clear, 100 for the initial and
Yeah.
50 for every year after that, not $150.
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah, I guess the way we
Yeah,
said it.
no, you're good. In case, mostly for people online. that-
150.
Dash 50.
We'll try and collect several years in advance.
Okay, we will,
I think we have our direction.
we have our direction. I would recommend, we can, if you wish, I can have a draft for you by the next meeting. I would recommend, however, that we do it the meeting after. And the reason I say that is, I think that once I complete, there are some complicated things to this, and part of it is that I have to make adjustments to the entirety of the animals chapter, to reflect this in an ordinance and bring it together. And so I would like the opportunity to do that, and then to get a draft, instead of rushing to get it to you, get it to community development and chief, and, so that they can review that, have a little time to put any comments or suggested changes. So I would say not next meeting, but the meeting after.
Can we make sure and have it that, so not,
2 meetings down the road.
yeah, so,
Yeah,
Okay.
not the next meeting, the meeting after, we'll have it for you.
so
Ready
obviously
to
you
go.
need to have it earlier than that to them so they can review it.
Right,
Well-
the
well
point is
before
to
that
give
time.
them the opportunity to review it.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Great idea.
What, does anybody have a calendar out? What's the date of that?
26.
26th?
Correct.
All right, any further questions or discussions? If not, we'll move on to the, what's that? Buy some time while Brian's in.
26th. The 26th, that would work, because through the budget, it's starting to schedule the budget process and a budget workshop, and so we'll need to confirm that date. And probably what we'd look at on that is the first Thursday in May. No, we can't do that one,
12th.
can we?
First Thursday in May is the next meeting.
Yeah, we couldn't do that one, so I guess if it's okay with you, we'll combine some budgetary discussions along with chickens. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't
As long
anticipate,
as we know.
I don't anticipate the next chicken discussion will be quite as long as today.
No, I wouldn't
I
think.
think. Yep.
Thanks.
All right. Last item on the agenda is the rotational tow list, and Chief Henson, you have the floor.
So basically, we currently use a rotational tow list. Anytime there's an abandoned vehicle or, for example, a traffic stop and the driver is arrested and the vehicle is left illegally parked, we use a rotation tow to remove the vehicle. Oh, I'm sorry, thank you.
There you go.
Our list needs to be updated. Over the last couple of years, I've had a couple of tow companies that are new that have come to our station and asked to be added to the list. I did not feel comfortable just adding them without having some sort of a process, some sort of a, minimum requirements, et cetera. And so that's what I've been working on for the last couple of years, is finally getting the time to focus on rotational tows. It's my understanding that the original tow list that we used came from KHP, in part because they already do the due diligence to do all of the inspections of the tow lots and stuff like that. So when our initial tow list was utilized or created, that's what we went off of. As a matter of reference, I did check our current and the draft list that I've started to compile against KHP's current list, and 5 of the tow companies that I've looked at are on both lists. That said, myself and Captain Khan did site surveys of each tow lot this year. They all meet the basic requirements that's custom in this area, which is secure lots, access to the vehicles by owners, insurance, and response time. So they'll get to the location within 20 to 30 minutes of the call out. The reason why I bring this up today is most of the local cities have ordinances that dictate requirements by tow companies, by the tow companies. They have a resolution that has those requirements and expectations already set, as well as a fee, a max cap on how much they can charge if we are called by the police department. We don't have that. We do not have a resolution that caps a fee for tow companies that we would utilize. When we looked and asked for their fees, most of them range between 125 and 150 for just the basic hookup. I mean, they have a lot of other ones, but I was just looking up at hookups and miles. So they were about 125 to 150 for hookups. Right now, if we were to file a suit with KHP, they have a maximum rate of 150 hookup and $5 per mile. And then they have some storage fees, indoor, outdoor, and cleanup fees. It's my understanding that our city, along with Johnson County Sheriff's Department, are the only two that do not currently have resolutions limiting tow fees. One of the tow companies that was on our list that we talked to is significantly more than these others by almost $100, a little over $100. Just so you'll have a reference as well, as we towed 61 vehicles last year using the current rotational tow list that we had.
How many did you say we had on that current list?
There's about 5.
About 5, okay.
And that is up from the previous 2 years from towing. So we are towing more vehicles. When I looked back, Allied, Dales, Santa Fe, and Lucas Tow were used the most last year, about 13 to 14 times each. We have not had any complaints from these companies, we have no concern with having to continue to use them. Kevin O'Brien took a look at all of their insurance. We got COIs from all of them, and from his standpoint, he believes there's good protection for the vehicles that will be towed, as well as while the vehicles are being stored in the company's lot. All 6 companies that I provided to him, he was comfortable with their insurance coverage. So basically, the purpose of this discussion is that I just hope to get some guidance from you on what direction you would like to take in regard to creating an ordinance with those expectations for the tow companies, including a cap. And then if they wanted to remain on our tow list, then they would agree to that cap. Or maintain what we currently have, which does not have a standard and that we have by ordinance.
I would be in favor of an ordinance. It sounds like it'll save us some money and keep everything. Well, but it'll potentially, if they're over that cap.
It doesn't say,
The city does not.
Yeah, this is wrong.
to be clear, this is the maximum they could charge
That they
the
could
owner
charge
of the vehicle.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But what it does is it prohibits, the reason that that you have resolutions is prohibits a rogue tow agency from gouging
Yeah.
people. My suggestion, as we're talking about this, we did throw in the word ordinance here. What I would recommend is a resolution, adopted annual fee resolution to include that, and with the recommended fees, which I can get from chief and draft that, and that way it can be changed, reflecting inflationary requirements or increased competition amongst tow operators. And I would also probably include on there minimum insurance requirements in order to be on our list, so that it creates an obligation for them to supply the city with those
Annually.
with those on an annual basis.
And mind you, the ones that we have on our list are large tow companies. We really don't have any that we're recommending that is a one truck shop. And many of them do carry workman's comp along with the minimum insurance requirements by the statute.
The availability of the bigger companies is just a lot better if you need them right then. The availability to have
Right.
the larger companies versus the super small.
And some of them are open 24 hours so that the owners have access to their vehicles. And most of them we're all pretty similar. I mean, when I looked at some of the fee schedules, there were some differences, and some of them are getting some pretty good deals, but, I think with the gas prices, I think some of them are looking at trying to change some of the ones that have probably been in place for many, many years. So, the other part that we found out was some of the cities in the area are looking at adopting an ordinance or resolution that addresses private property towing. So right now, if somebody is parked illegally on private property and the owner wants to tow the vehicle, there are some challenges that the tow company and the owners are experiencing that are preventing them from being able to do that. And so Lenexa has adopted an ordinance on private property towing, as well as Shawnee. Olathe is in the middle of working on theirs. I think they're the only few, but we had a couple of the tow companies mention that to us, that if we were going to be looking at ordinances or resolutions, to consider something to help them with private property towing.
And that would be an ordinance, and that would be, and I'd be happy to draft something there. And they're quite common in larger cities.
So right now, there's issues if somebody else's vehicle is on your.
So let's say somebody parks in your yard, you want to, or you're wherever.
It's usually apartment communities.
Right, it's often apartments, occasionally it's businesses, and you want a vehicle towed. There are certain requirements that are placed on that, and certain posting requirements generally, signs that say who's allowed to park there, and they'll be subject to tow, or vehicles left for 24 hours or overnight will be subject to tow. Those sorts of, that information, you have to post that information. And then you, within your ordinance, there's a wide variety of whether or not the city wants to set limits on that is a different question. And ordinarily, those limits are higher than they would be on the rotational tow list. But it's also to make sure that you don't get somebody who charges $850 for the tow and $40, $40 a day to keep for storage, which happens. So we can draft an ordinance for that.
Yeah. How many companies do you have now? You said 5?
There are probably 5 right now, but we're looking at a total of 6. We visited 6. We actually visited about 7 or 8 of them. One, right now it's my discretion as to who I want on the list, and one I thought was too high for us to even use, although we did use them about 7 times last year. And another one is way outside of a travel time. So I don't want to have a car towed and they have to drive 45 minutes to go get their vehicle. And it's on a dirt road, and I'm like, no, So we're using the ones you're all familiar with, that you've seen out there. Most of them are in Lenexa. Well, all of them are in Olathe, but one.
So are the 5 we're currently using part of the 6, all 5 of those part of the 6?
Yes, yeah. There's a couple of them that we used to have, they got suspended and I don't know why, just something, there was a note that said they were suspended. So there are certain parameters that if they don't follow certain rules, we can suspend them and not use them. It does require us to maintain the list and do, checks, periodic checks, making sure that they're securing the vehicles and that they're taking, because we're towing the car in essence, and so we want to make sure that the property is secured and cared for as best we can. And I do have Shawnee's, and I have Lenexa's private property one I can share with you as well.
That's fine. That would be great.
I think those both sound good.
Yeah.
Get them.
I'd say let's do it.
Yep.
So consensus to move forward on drafting either resolutions for certain things and ordinance for another?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever they call for.
Yep.
Okay.
Accordingly.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's the last item on our agenda, and with that, we'll move on to announcements and reports. I don't have any announcements other than I thought it was great to finally see some stuff on the Veterans Park Memorial. That's something that's near and dear to my heart. I've got a lot of family members that are in the active military or are veterans, and so that's I think that's huge for our community and for our veterans. So I was glad to see that. Other than that, I don't have anything else. Shannon, you have anything?
No report.
Mrs. Roth, sorry. Mrs. Roth.
No report, either way.
Mr. Peel?
Two real quick things. Got an email over the weekend about a speeding issue on 207th Street. And I talked with Chief Henson, and her staff are working on it. They haven't had a lot of time to get on it as much as they'd like to yet this week, but I feel confident that they're going to take care of that and get that issue taken care of. So appreciate that, Chief. The second one is I've seen at least 3 different times in the last 2 weeks Clearwave trucks out doing work, and met 2 representatives from Clearwave at the breakfast last week. So I think those are very positive signs of good things happening with the new ownership group, with the previously RG Fiber, which is now Clearwave. So
They have started.
They already
They,
changed their truck logos?
some,
different
They
trucks.
brought their stuff in.
they brought.
Yeah,
some-
they
I've
brought new
only
ones
seen
in.
RG Fiber, I haven't seen a Clearwave.
No, I've seen at least 3
Several.
Clearwave
Have you?
trucks in the
Okay,
last 2
cool.
weeks.
And they've started burying lines. Which
Yeah,
is
and
big.
they had like the one I saw this week was like 4 guys out working, doing stuff. So I really good feelings about them coming in and helping clean up some of our issues.
Right now, we'll take any positives when it comes to broadband. Mr. Young?
No report.
No report.
No, Mrs. North? Mr. Van Houten?
No report.
All right. Mr. Burton?
One thing I have is, we're working on a phone system. It started today. It's operational in, portions, different departments. And as it goes, we'll continue to increase and make sure that it's the correct system. It's,
Ring Central.
Ring Central, thank you. And it utilizes existing computers. We don't have to go out and buy a lot of equipment or phones and things like that. So, a lot of major companies use it and without any trouble. It's not the cheapest, but we did have to, I went ahead and signed an agreement today under the Emergency Act. I'm getting pretty good at using that, so, but it's a 1 year.
1 year.
1 year, but it does have a 30-day clause out of it at any time, so. But we had to get that going, so in the next few days, we'll really know how it's gonna work for us.
It's a good choice.
And the fact that we don't have to buy a massive amount of equipment.
That's
to do
correct.
Other stuff is gonna save us a lot of
It's-
money. And,
yeah.
and Ring Central, I mean, my
Super.
wife's company uses it. There's lots of people that.
Super flexible, tons of features. Like,
Good.
yeah.
Yeah, and our IT consultant and Ashley and Amy, they've been working really well together and getting everything taken care of. So that's why sometimes I have to look at them because I don't really know. I'm just, but I guess it's exciting to have phones again, huh?
Yeah, and I know there's been some chatter out there about our phones being down, for a few weeks, but we have been working
Hey.
hard behind the scenes
Right.
trying
And-
to get them up and going, and it's,
Savings.
yeah,
It's
saving some money and.
$90,000 is what we were told back, a year ago or so, maybe 2, on purchasing enough phones to go around, things like that, and, we're not even gonna come close to that.
Yeah.
So I think, and the major companies are using it, so.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think it's pretty good. That's all I really have, thank you. I think Jackie you're gonna do the report on the pool, correct?
Yeah. All right, Mr.
Thank you.
Dunley?
One item, this is a question for the council. Last week I asked you a question about presentation of ordinances. This week I have a question for you. But these questions are about processes that the city has used rather than anything that's written in an ordinance. And in this case, the question has to do with the presentation of materials, specifically the agenda packets to the council. Currently, the city and city staff have deadlines of Thursday at 2 o'clock for the clerk and deputy clerk, for staff to have agenda items in so that they can get the agenda packet together for Friday to send to the council. And I had, when I first came on, I was asked questions about how do other cities do it, how does county do it, so on and so forth. I had a question related to, after talking to several staff members, one of the reasons that this was done historically was so that council members could read their council packets over the weekend. And if in fact you spend your weekends reading your council packets, then we understand. Because of Thursday nights, and particularly when we fall into the more common 2 weeks later on Thursday nights, that means that we have very little time to put the final touches on certain items. It also interferes particularly with certain planning and commission items, and makes it more difficult for us to get things completed and to get review from and communication amongst staff, which is critical. And so one of my questions is whether the mayor and the council would be willing to have us change those deadlines to get you the packet on Tuesday rather than the preceding Friday. That would give staff the opportunity to submit all the deadline material to the clerk and deputy clerk on Monday, packets out Tuesday. That does change things. It does not give as much time for you to review items. However, we may be able to involve you earlier, perhaps in the process of what items we're working on. Right, just like the chicken discussion. So in other words, what are your thoughts on that? Would you be comfortable with that? And particularly if we provided an opportunity for you to see what items, just a list of the items that we intend to go on the agenda.
I guess my answer to that would be what does the directors think? What's their feeling on the matter? Do they like it how it is? Would you guys rather have more time? I mean, I would rather have more than 2 days to review, the council things on Thursday, but it's not the end of the world. So I guess I would defer a little bit to the directors on what you guys think on timing wise.
Well, I think that if we don't change the system, then what we're gonna have to do, director-wise, staff-wise, department-wise, is be a little more cautious on what we put on the agenda. Just like we had 2 of them tonight, there was some disagreement with the developer on that and the developer's attorney, and so we had to pull it. But so maybe I think the choices are either, we adjust it or we make darn sure that every single bit of a item is ready and given to the clerks
Before it's added to the
before it's even added to the agenda. I mean, to a certain extent,
Right.
Because Chuck gets backed up, Mr. Dunley gets backed up, especially with him, just one, and we pile it on him. So to me, it doesn't make much difference, but I think it does make a little difference to the clerks.
It's difficult sometimes, I think, staff to meet that deadline on Thursday, but it's really up to you. That what Mr. Dunley was talking about was sending it out on Friday, gave the council an opportunity to review the packet, and then it's released to the public on Monday. So then if any of the public had questions for you, you were at least prepared to know what was on the agenda. So that was the full piece of why we, sent it out on Friday and then we release it to the public on Monday.
So could we possibly do staff get it on Monday and then release it to the public on Tuesday? Is that possible?
I think that's,
That's what he
that's
what he laid out.
right, well, Mr. Dunley was saying have the packet deadline on Monday, and then it would be sent out on Tuesday for you all.
Right.
I have a question.
Right, but then would it still be, so the staff and the public would get it at the same time on Tuesday?
Basically, I mean, we would send it to you on Tuesday,
Yeah.
and then we could release it to the public on Wednesday at least to, or we can do it at the same time. It's really, it's your call, it's your agenda.
We can come back to this, because another way to, this was just to get some input from you, because one of the other options would be, that if our deadline, say, to get it to the clerk's office was, say, 9 o'clock Monday morning, then the clerk, would that give you, Ashley, time to get it out that on Monday evening? And then we could release it to the public on Tuesday, and that may be a better workaround. What I'm looking at is that with the Thursday 2 o'clock deadline, we are getting ready for one meeting, particularly if we have executive sessions or a lot of action items, or if Pat has Mr. Burton has a very busy,
Planning Commission.
planning commission meeting. There are sometimes items where we want to move, and we're already past the deadline when the meeting starts. I mean, we're 5 hours past the deadline. So that's why I'm just a little bit of shift. The other part is, that allows us to work on something that is urgent. It gives us those 2 days off. I'm not advocating working on the weekend, but
I think as long
I
as you
do.
get it by Monday night, I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, I think if
Tuesday
Tuesday would be a little tight,
I think
in my opinion.
Yeah, I think if we can get it Monday and then release it on Tuesday, that way, for the very instance where you said, if a citizen has a question like, oh, well, what about this item on the agenda? At least we've had the opportunity, now whether we do or not, that's up to us, but have the opportunity to have looked at it and read it. Sorry, my microphone fell apart.
Well, thank you, Mayor and Council. We can, you can always change it.
Yeah.
But this is sort of just a process that we want to work together and sometimes staff has asked me to address this. Some staff members, I think, who do a lot of the work behind the scenes to get these things ready. And, ask Dunley to do it. He'll do it. He'll do anything. So anyway, thank you.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Yeah, I'm good with
I
that.
think it's appropriate to give ample time for staff, not only staff to do what they need to do, but also if the public or citizen is wanting to get something done, if we're missing that deadline, that doesn't,
And not
it
push
just
them
slows
out
everything
2
down.
days.
Yeah.
Right.
As someone who puts together agendas and knows that items shift all the way up to the last minute, the longer you can hold it, the better it is for the staff.
Well, and it sounds like this will give us a better chance of keeping an entire agenda put together instead of pulling a bunch of items last minute because we didn't have enough time. So if it'll do
I would
that-
still think seeing what's kind of being worked on would be nice too, though.
Yeah.
Ahead of time if we're gonna push it out to Monday.
Especially if it's a hot topic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
A little glimpse.
yeah.
Don't let us get blindsided.
So the agenda sheet can go out ahead of time, and just knowing that that may not be the agenda.
Yeah, it may get
Yep.
adjusted over the.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
And then if you have a question, it still gives you time to even call on the weekends or
Yep.
something.
Yeah.
You
I think
know,
that sounds
if you want
good.
to.
I like that.
What are you laughing about? You will.
3 a.m.
Yeah.
All right, any other questions about that? If not, Chief Henson?
I just wanted to say we have National Drug Take Back on Saturday from 10 to 2 at the police department. So if you have any prescription drugs that you no longer are using, please bring them, dispose of them. That would be great.
Madam Clerk?
No report, thank you.
Mrs. Armstrong?
No report, thank you.
Mrs. Jones?
Nothing to report.
Mr. Messer?
something she said. I think we also
Can you turn your microphone on?
muted.
Or maybe just.
It's on, I just need to get it to me. See, it's contagious. You were doing that there. I think we have city cleanup day this weekend too, from 8 to 1 that some people have signed up for.
Yes.
I think I just wanted to mention that. We did get a plaque for Tree City, for Arbor Day, or part of a participation in Arbor Day. Update on the slide. They're ready to paint it. They're just waiting on the weather. Hopefully, if they can get a break in the weather, there's 3 coats of epoxy going down. So it's progressing pretty good. And I think they're just waiting. They were hoping to do it today, but the rain moved in.
I drove by there yesterday and looked at it. It's looking pretty good. It's all cleaned up and ready to go.
Yep, I looked at it again, and I'm really hopeful that they'll be able to get done by Friday. That's what their goal is, where we can start filling it in next week. It's not a total drop dead date of next week, but it would be nice the more time we can get to check for leaks and any issues that came up over the weekend or some winter. We're trying to move forward on some of our street projects. Everybody are waiting for us to get started on crack seal, and so are we. Probably Mondays when we'll really get into it. We're down 3 personnel right now, which is making it really difficult to start on crack seal because that gives me 5 people to work parks and street. When you need 4 on the crack seal and you need 2 mowing, something's got to give, and if somebody's gone. So we're having we do have a new employee coming in next week, which is going to help us be able to get out and get some of this started. We've got some areas that we're going to target. Been working with Dan a little bit on some costs and some estimates will be coming forward on some of the process. I did look at some of the older reports. You'd asked me some numbers the other day. There was a report done back in 2016 that came out in 2017, so these numbers are old. But it said that there was, to bring it up to a standard, it was $5 million is what they were talking. A large percentage, I can give you more details on that, but a large percentage. This is again the 2016 report, which is less mileage than we have now. It said totally failed was 7 lane miles had totally failed. This was when they drove the van around that did the nuclear density meters and did the checking. Serious was 5.4, very poor was 17, poor was 29, fair was 18, satisfactory, forgot to write that number in, but good was 9.7. So basically a large percentage of our roads are even worse than that now. Some of the numbers are going to be skewed a little bit because of the Webster UBAS project, so some of the numbers aren't as bad. But our goal is to get at least 3 subdivisions ready for chip seal. And I know Pat's been in conversation with a couple of companies about whether we can squeeze into their schedules. Most of the schedules are set early in the year, and it's a little bit late to be trying to squeeze them in, but a couple of the companies are willing to work with us. Some of the ones that we need to look for doing mills and milling and overlay, we're going to identify those over the next week or 2. But I don't know, that was just some of the notes that I'd come up with. But we're working on it. Some of the ones that aren't really on the list that we're also looking at is Lone Elm, where that failure next to Dayton Creek. Victory again is something we're looking at, and we're going to try to establish a long-range plan. So a certain number of streets every year come up in a rotation. I think they've tried to do that in the past, and the funding quite didn't meet the needs. And I think you guys are looking at making the 2 come together. So.
Great. Only question I had is, how are the new trucks working? We got them all fired up and going. Where are we at on that?
We're waiting for
Registration and tags. And all.
registration.
So, I mean, we could utilize them. They're all insured and everything, but the tags will be coming in next week on it, so.
Great.
They're in line at the DMV.
I just had one more quick, that we forgot, is Monday you'll receive a schedule of, be just on budgeting. And it'll give some, what we feel like it. Now, there are some hard numbers in there that are written to the side on publications and stuff like that. But I'll give you an idea. That's why I was talking about working on the budget and things. So Monday, we'll get that out to you. And then if you see problems with it, it'll also allow you to do some planning ahead of time. So you'll have that Monday, and please look at it and see if there's any conflict or what you maybe don't, if there's something you want to see ahead of time or something like that. So we can get going on budget. I mean, May's here.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? If not, I entertain a motion to adjourn.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. If there's not any further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, guys. Have a good night. All right.